Afternoon. Still morning. Alright. Is this MOASS? Probably not. Where? On SPX? Has been. Upstart MOASS. Because Upstart is what GME should have been. GME should sell payday loans to the poors. Yeah. I mean, that's kind of what a pawn shop does, right? It's just they're just collateralized. Out of your 50s yet? Oh yeah. Yeah, I got stopped out. Might get them again if we break 40. This is still a higher low on the bottom, and this is the bottom of that fucking big old fat short strangle. Have you seen the PSA and GME partnership thoughts? No, I haven't. GME's turning into franchised card shops. I know a lot of card shop owners. None of them make any fucking money. So good for him or them. It. I guess you would call a company it. So ASML had negative 50% bookings. Lol, what? Well, because everything's being done on like the 2 and 3 nanometer process from TSM, right? Who gives a shit if they're grading cards at GMA? Do you think that's like a huge market? It's not. I like personally know guys who are in the ownership of TCG Player and they don't do that well. There are dozens of people interested in this. I'm gonna bring them all my old Pokemon cards. We need to see your MTG cards. I don't have them in my apartment. I think they're in storage. They're either in storage or, well, some of them are in storage. Some are back in Cali. When was the last time you took your card somewhere to get graded and then bought something in that store while you were there? Oh, never. Sounds profitable. Yeah. You think Upstart can run to the top of the chain? It's getting really close to doing its little Vegas squeeze. It's not there yet, but close. Still well above Gamma Max. Delta on the chain's kind of starting to explode up. Actually, Gamma Max probably just hasn't caught up to spot. But there's some call interest out to 60. Ironically, it shouldn't be doing well right now, right? Rates are rising. It's not good for them. My youngest kid called them Pokemon cards. Hmm. That's why he won't let us party at his house. It's floor to ceiling MTG boxes. No. Although I do think I have a case of like modern something somewhere. GameStop's grading offer is cheaper than any LCS. They're pricing out an entire industry to garner more pro memberships. But it's a tiny industry. It's like a tiny, shitty industry that only like a select handful of people give a shit about. I mean, I'm all for GameStop doing literally anything, so PSA graded 17 million items last year at a base rate of $19. Okay. Are they, wait, they're not doing it for everything, right? Though it's just cards. Yeah, what if there was a stop where you could get games? Maybe you could even stop and play games for a small fee. Yeah, it's basically to determine their condition. Notebook crush report, time to rip. Yeah, maybe. Still looks kind of bearish. Slightly higher low. Short vol's not going to want to lose 30 here because they have a lot of sold puts to the downside of this. Was bought puts at 50. So it's stuck in a box. Not yet, but maybe soon. He'll also grade your pickle. Jamie should partner with Wendy's and Waste Management for a dumpster for the Dans. Why is Bitcoin wilding this AM? I don't know what it's doing. It looks like it's up 12 BPS. Dollar failed support at 103.20, so that might have a little bit to do with it. Were inflation expectations up? Yeah, flat. Ooh. The 3 and 6 month came in a bit low. That's not bullish. 18.57% at high, 3.05. 78.3% at high on the 3-month auction. Interesting. It's probably a good place to short vol. Don't sleep on what they're doing. I'll be the first to say I told you so. Are you trying to get me bullish on GMA? I understand targeting the collectibles market, but the entire fucking industry is like a few $1 billion. And unless Cohen's gonna fucking buy out eBay while he's at it, eh. The fuck is Fanatics? The the fucking like collectible store? Jersey, yeah, Jersey and hat seller. They just bought Tops. Okay. Yes, I know. Turd's been going on about it. Could we test 50? Sure. We could close right where we opened. Technically. What about new all-time high? Somehow I doubt it. Maybe tomorrow. GameStop already has the PSA partnership. They can buy Panini, a few billion market cap, buy whatnot to stream all the repacks and stuff they're already doing. I don't know what any of these companies are or do. But the amount of fucks I give is basically zero. Yeah, I assumed that they were collectible companies. Poopy. Or just buy more treasuries. Yeah. So far, every deal that Ryan Cohen has cobbled together has fallen apart. Maybe the problem isn't the company, but it's the management. And since I have zero faith in the management of GMA, I thought you were talking about the Panini Grill. No. Well, it's not bullish until it happens. You can make up bullish things in your head and be like, if they did this and this and this, it would work out. But that doesn't mean that actually happens, right? I can do that with any stock. I mean, I don't think Turd's making up rumors in his head. I get where he's going with it. They're trying to corner a market. And they might be successful in it. They might not. If they were halfway successful, I feel like somebody would just come in and buy them out. Right? Because cash on hand is roughly equivalent to market cap right now. And since Cohen's ownership has declined, they're exposed to hostile takeover. Panini lost the licensing and is distressed. So is Upper Deck. Hmm. GameStop soon to be the Starbucks of game shops. I mean, physical media for video games is dying, right? They've got to pivot to something. I don't think it doesn't make sense. It does. I just don't trust Cohen to pull it off. If it's a gaming internet cafes like Japan, mm, collectibles. Remember that dumb SS idea where GameStop sold game licenses in the form of NFTs? No, there were some interesting things that could have been done with NFTs, but none of them came to fruition. Like, we spent hours and hours on here discussing the potential of NFTs and what they could do with them, right? And I'm sure they did too. And then it didn't matter. Why does the bot post the prior day's stream picture on the current day's stream and announcements every time? Upside confirmation slowly decreasing. No, it's still 47. That's a YouTube bug. I got yesterday's stream card for today's. That's so weird. The new picture hasn't been loaded by YouTube yet. Strange. Hmm. And Q's starting to push up through 2400. Hmm. Ah, Jesus Christ. Do you think GME will stay below its gamma max? I mean, like 90% of the time, yes. Gamma max is at like 2442 on it right now. Looks like they're still call positioning out to about 25 and then it falls off. I think it probably just continues to chop between 20 and 25, which is what it's been doing. You got short puts at 20, short calls at 25. I need you to confirm your verbiage of Panini or Panino. I think it's Panini. Unless it's like bigger. We're talking like a fucking really big Panini. I mean, GME isn't that diluted. It's only like 400 million shares. Or 300 something million. Was the MU play dead? No. Why would it be dead? Because it's sold off with the rest of the market? It's supposed to. That's why the shorter dated call is sold. So you can discount the purchase of the longer dated call for the more bullish move up. Panino is singular. Everyone says it wrong. Oh. I thought panino was like just a bread, like a piece of baked bread. So wouldn't it be panini because it's two pieces of bread? No? Pane is the singular of panini. You guys are crazy. That makes sense, actually. But still. I sold a put on the first test of 30. I'll do it again. Yeah, you probably would. Would you exit the 110 short call on MU now or wait for it to go to 0? Up to you. You could technically roll it down if you're confident that it won't bounce back up. So you could roll it to like the 108, but I feel like that's risky given the breakout this morning, right? Like the 110 level got sold off a bit when it got tested at market open, but we'll probably pull back up to it, right? So um I don't know, maybe I'd sell like the 105 put spread, and then I could make my like 115s free. Hmm. The 100 put? Yeah, it's not really worth it. I only lost $240 yesterday. Pretty good day. Nice. 105 is too risky to sell. The 105 levels. So the 110 is sold calls. The 105 is not. So the 105 level is a little bit risky to sell. I should rephrase that. It's a lot risky to sell. I sold the 110, bought the 105. Felt like a decent play. Okay, interesting. The shorter dated 110, right? I assume. Why is Google gonna nuke AI? Would that make a panino just an elitist way to label flatbread? You guys are really caught up with this panino thing. It's not catching my interest. Is IWM gonna stop going up today? Is it at 25 yet? Maybe. Yeah. Penimus? Oh, I have 3 of these. Hmm. Lower high on the reversal, which isn't great, but maybe it's not done yet. Yeah, so we'll look at like 43 initially here, but 47 is still the important level to the upside. In order to pressure 50, where there are some sold calls, but not a lot. Y'all are ridiculous. It's Panano. I can't keep up with this shit. I don't care. It's a sandwich. Penis. Hmm. Huh. Very nice. Listen, dude, I'm trying to manage my over leveraged oil position. I don't give a shit about paninis. All right. Oil is catching a bid right now after dropping 5% today. Can we short Carvana? Not yet. You can. I'm not going to. I should have been more clear on that. Sorry. You're over leveraged on olive oil for paninis? Paninos, apparently. When short Upstart? Oh, not anytime soon, I don't think. Okay. So small pullbacks, fine there, right? What are important levels for SPX at close? 50? 50 and 65. Or below 35. Below 35 would be significant. Probably not going to happen, but that's what I said. It's like a few $1 billion. Fanatics market cap is questionable, right? Because it's privately owned. So you're saying their valuation is 10 billion. Mm, mm, mm. What is this resistance on SPX? Bot puts. 45.50. What broker allows uncovered SPX short strangles, and how much do you need in the account? Depends on the broker, but like 125 to 250,000 usually. 110 to 250,000. And then most of them allow it, in fact. You and nat gas for the winter? I've thought about it a bit. It's still early for the nat gas play, if there really even is one. Support at 40 this time? Maybe. NQ's kind of failing to launch here. Support here would be bullish. Fill the gap back to the upside, push 47. So much of a surplus in the US for nat gas. It's more about European reserves, right? That's what's gonna, well, at least I think that's what's gonna matter. Hmm. So that's 50% my port. I want pooties, but I'm not gonna get chopped up for the next 3 hours. There's a very good chance of that. Yeah. There's a huge amount of sold calls below, like at 35 and below 35. So, or sold puts rather. So probably very unlikely that they allow it to fall too far. Right. Usually the bottom of these like big short strangles don't get breached, and if they do, it's not for very long. PDT is the worst. It's pretty shitty. Seems like a tough day to trade after this initial drop. I mean, I don't think so. I think bulls are going to keep trying to push realized vol back. Right, so bulls are gonna keep gunning for that open price. And I think that's also in the interest of like the short strangle positions. And since the short put position is so large to the downside, that's gonna encourage more puts to sell there. And we're probably going to get more sold calls to the upside and kind of just squeeze price in the middle. It's a decent entry with the support. It could be. Again, you want to kind of confirm reversals today. It's, I would definitely only buy into confirmed trends. I wouldn't want to speculate on bottoms. Gamma's very flat from like 30 to 60, 70, right? So, like profitability can be really high since gamma's flat, so there's lots of range for any volume to run, but you want to confirm that it's running in the direction you're buying, right? Yeah, the bottoms can be very shifty. But yes, if like ES finds support here around 85, bounces back over, probably a good signal. But it looks, see, like it looks a little weak. Like we should have really gotten support at 37 on SPX. So this might even fail back to like 30 again. And part of that is where vol is. As vol's pressuring some of the short put positions to close up, which pushes vol up. RC investing into reviving Bobby RQ would be very bullish too. No, it wouldn't, because they don't exist. So there wouldn't be any. I mean, bullish for any executives that get stock. Dixie looks like it wants to re. Mm. The 3 and 6 month auctions came in kind of low. That's gonna put some downward pressure. Well, it did put a little bit of downward pressure on the dollar. No tails, so not crazy bullish, but mm. I sold GME in case DFV makes an announcement. I'd buy it if it got cheaper, but I'm not gonna buy it at these prices. I don't frankly think it's worth it. Slow down, chat. Moving too fast. That's not a problem. Does this pullback satisfy what you thought is required for another leg up? Yep, yeah, it does. This should allow Gamma Max to push out to like 70, maybe even 80. It should be perfect for a move up Wednesday into retail sales. Time to rip, this time for real. Yeah, we'll see. If I can consistently get good returns on CSPs, 20%, why would I ever, greater than 20%, why would I ever invest in the overall market? I mean, well, A, because you get assigned. That'd be the primary reason. But no, I agree. Selling CSPs is generally far better than owning the actual stock. Sixty-40 performance is very so there's a lot of variance. And you have to keep selling CSPs and they get cheaper each time. Outside of data anomaly, we shouldn't be expecting an SLD sell-off since we're over GN. No, we shouldn't be expecting a large move down from an SLD sell-off, right? SLD still sells off. It's just that, the market maker buys a lot of it. It still looks weak. Need a volumetric bounce. This large move up should come within a couple of days. We already got the large move up. I mean, like, I don't think we're getting like a massively higher new high. We can just move, back up to where Gamma Max is. One second. Hmm. Yeah, Fubo's been doing pretty good. Get a covering prior to earnings. Well, yeah. Also, Vol's picking up, right? Going into earnings. So there's a bit of covering, largely because like short Vol's getting pressured at the $1.50, $2. Well, not the $2 strike yet, but if it gets above 175, the $2 strike. Wolf, a nothing burger, something to play monitor. You think? I think somebody asked me about this back when it was still doing its accumulation or more accumulation. It looked kind of interesting. It's not quite a confirmed breakout, but pretty close to one. Um, and then there's some decent upside potential on it. I didn't actually think it was that bad of a pick. I didn't like the fundamentals of the company, but as far as it looking like it could run further, I think so. I'd be cautious of like a gap fill back to 12 ish, maybe like 1150. But I don't think it's bad as just like a trade. It doesn't look terrible. If the EMA so if the EMA 30 crosses the 200 MA on the daily, that's probably on this. It's probably a pretty decent long signal. Which it's kind of close to. Oh, football as well. Yeah, doing all right. You? Getting a little bit of put selling. Again, not a lot. So what's up, Botwookie? Yeah, doing all right. I had a allergist appointment this morning that I fucking forgot about. So I ended up showing up like an hour late, and the receptionist was super pissy with me. And then, of course, the doctor was busy, so I had to wait like 45 minutes to see her. Why aren't they selling a lot of puts here? I think you explained earlier, but I don't remember. Why aren't they? I mean, they're selling enough. It's dangerous. You know, the margin requirements go up as volatility rises, right? So, you know, you're selling puts at 20, like VIX at 20, right? But you're risking the IV on those puts rising back above that, right? And so, I mean, ideally you want IV to continue down in order to keep leveraging up puts. Otherwise, your margin requirements are going to ramp up. So it's risky. I mean, it's risky to sell puts. That's why people are avoiding it. And there's also like a lot of demand on long vol. It's not insignificant, right? And that's because the bondholders keep getting burned. I don't know what the receptionist deal even is. Doctors are always way behind anyway. Hmm. They've cared about it. There's usually not a lot of put selling when the forward yield on vol is positive, especially not when it's like above the overnight and Fed fund rate. FYI, doctors being behind is because people don't show up on time. I mean, yeah, probably. You know what's bullshit though, Dave? When I show up to the doctor's office on time for my appointment, and then the person ahead of me gets seen first. I don't care, peeps. Idiot trade bull put 30-35. Okay, so defended, but very risky. There doesn't appear to be a lot of strength. That's bullshit. I've been the first appointment and had to wait over an hour. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, that's bullshit. I make the late people wait until the end of either the morning or afternoon to be seen if they want to wait, so other people don't. That's cool. Not cool. Intraday lows. Yeah, see, this is why I said it's risky to sell the 30-35. Maybe on a test of 25, like let's slip into the short puts a little and find support. That might be more attractive. But I feel like this is still too soon. Although, do want to get some we are starting to get slightly more bullish consolidation. About a call, me too. Careful, because there's still a downside gap on the bounce. Quarter of the total grading comes in through GameStop, or it's an additional 100 million per memberships, not aside from anything they buy in the store. Hmm. Interesting. I told you watch out for the gap we left. That's okay, we filled it. I would say maybe slowly, but maybe like test 27, 20, 28, 27 here, and then maybe they start selling the 25 a little more aggressively. It should be like a 72.50 test on ES. And Cube actually held up a little better on that one. Is Nvidia gaining some ground back? No. No, it's not. Nvidia's getting wrecked. Is your audio routed from the right mic? I think so. Still no signs of short vol. Gork, repo draining. Yeah, because we're going up. What's the worst you think SPX could close today? I was expecting it to be a bit more bullish. I mean, here would be the worst place for it to close. But it's still very early, and there's time for it to, well, not very early, but it's still early. We got 2.5 hours. Oh, I think my lunch is here. 1 second. Any other books you recommend? There's a list on the Discord, and then it's like a few macroeconomic books if you're interested in macro that I sometimes recommend people. I don't know if I have those in there or not. Wow. Oh, you guys are talking about something else. Never mind. The book that really helped me out is Best Loser Wins. I find a lot of people like that book a lot, but I also find it becomes like, I don't know how to put it, like culty. Are you eating a panino? I'm just eating a sandwich. It's not grilled. Although it was an option, you managed to turn me off panini for a long time. Should I be a real douchebag and anytime I order a panini, call it a panino, and then explain why their menu is wrong? Yes? Okay. Perfect. Mm. You have that kind of time? I mean, I'm waiting for my sandwich anyway, right? You seem like the kind of guy to do that on a date. I seem like a lot of things trash. Oh, that was all I had. I expected a pullback, but not this weakness. Fair. Hmm. Support? Almost right at 27. .01 off, unsubscribed. I know. I could do better and try harder. Are bulls still trying to salvage this? Yeah, it's just hard. There's a lot of like negative gamma to the downside, which isn't exactly fun for them, right? Don't forget that the other leg of the condor is bought. So it's you got like a fuck ton of bought puts at 30, right? Sold puts at 35. So when you cross the spread, gamma goes really negative. It's hard to claw their way out of that. It's Dillionaire and it's nightly, not weekly. No problem. Left another fucking downside gap. So test here, pull back to 30, then support, or just keep pushing for 41. Although that seems less likely. Volume's still really low on the bounce. It'll have to pick up. You post DD every morning, not every night. Whatever. It all just blends together for me. Depends where you live. It's true. Is that a fucking... You know what? I'm really fucking sick and tired of? Sandwich shops not having pickles. What the fuck is up with that? I selected pickle on their menu and they give me pickled chips. I make my own spicy pickles. Interesting. Maybe you should start a panini shop. Maybe. I'm going to call it Panino. But on the menu inside, everything's going to be listed as panini. You wouldn't? I would, actually. Don't get me started on pickle companies, or I'm gonna start shilling so hard. I know you will. We've known each other a long time, turd. What's the name of your pickle company? I'll buy some fucking pickles from you. Give me your pitch. Which bearded guy are you? He just doxed himself. Did he, though? Sales and marketing and investment. Ah, okay. $8 for 16 ounces of spicy pickles. But they're fresh. I'll fucking buy some pickles. Well, what if his spices are better than yours, Poopy? Huh? Listen, not all of us are trying to impregnate our wives, and we don't have to be cheap fucks. Does anyone here make bread? Let's make the ultimate sandwich. Cheese? There's some people from Wisconsin in the Discord. I assume they make cheese. People from Wisconsin are made of cheese. That's just a rumor. Hmm. Or don't fill the gap. I probably missed it. Do you see MU bouncing back by week's end or closer to OPEX? Thanks. As long as it doesn't go over 110 this week or under 100, I'm not too concerned. But yeah, I would say that it probably bounces back. It sold off at the 110 test this morning. But that's why I got theta on the long call. Wow, a little bit of theta. Hmm. Are you still short TLT? Those were weeklies. I did stay short into the end of the week. But yeah, they were just weeklies. Just a little high value spike trade. Nothing long term or anything. I mean, I guess I'm technically short TLT, but not through TLT. We finally getting the gap fill back at 30. We got what? 2 hours till close? I think we clear 41 on SPX. Maybe. Oh, no problem. Happy to help. Nope, the gap hasn't filled yet. It's weird. Consolidation there looks more bullish. Vol's not moving up as sharply as the last dip. It's a little bit more sold put pressure. Probably get that 72.50 test on futures, maybe. Close. NQ looks a lot more stable. Big red? Futures didn't get the low test. Interesting. Don't tempt it. On my way to Minnesota, check DMs. Nice neck pillow. Oh, look, you're wearing camo. I can barely see you. One time I asked a question about ITB and home builders, and you just shook your head and groaned halfway through reading it. Is this just a sector you don't like trading? It's a sector I don't think is doing very well, nor do I think it is going to do very well. But that sounds like a fairly typical response from me. I didn't take it personally. Yeah, don't. I'm just kind of an asshole. Ah, 58.72.50. Futures did it. So time to mega pump new all-time high before close. I don't think we're going back to the all-time high by the end of the day. But we might be able to get to like 45, 50, which would be a lot from here. Hmm. More sold puts? We'll see. This is going to be, if they're going to start shorting vol, this is going to be where they're going to start doing it. Otherwise, we start to slip into like far more dangerous territory. Sold puts. I fucking nailed that low on futures. Nice. Now, free of gaps, we can try to push for 41, which would be the breakout. Dangerous at closing yesterday's opening gap? Hmm. Yeah, actually. I too bought a call and sold puts at the bottom, which feels good. Yeah, I sold some puts. I hope that pans out. Because I sold them for tomorrow. Which, I'm not 100% sure was the best idea. But it was an idea. Hmm. What do you think we close out today? I have no idea. I don't have any intraday data today. So I'm just doing this the old-fashioned way. With minute-by-minute SPX updates. Like a loser. What happened? Some bug in the cluster got an orange and it was supposed to get an apple or something. Also, at your Ouija board, I've been spot on so far. It's not like live data changes everything. Just some things. I think Todd stole your data and ran away. Hmm. I don't think so. If they get past 35, are we clear to 41? More like 38 to 43. I've not met a trustworthy Todd. I don't even know any Todds. I knew someone named Tad, which, yeah, I know. 5871 was the top. Like, October was the top in 2007. Nice. My best friend in preschool was named Todd. He had a lot of Ninja Turtles. Ooh, nice. Did he have the bus? We both had it, and I'd bring mine over. Or well, I guess it was a van, technically, but that thing was fucking dope. My mom got that for me for Christmas. You just unlocked core memories. still have mine somewhere in my mom's basement. I'm gonna buy one. I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna buy one and get it PSA graded. We had the Technodrome. That was such a waste of space in the closet. But you could stack anything on top of it. But it was the best Turtles toy. That sounds pretty cool. Hmm. Filling the 57.22 gap. Well, I hope not. Interesting. Why is there no gap on the 1 minute? I don't think there's actually a gap there. Oh wait, that's MES. There's no gaps on MES. There is a gap here. Hmm. Ugh, $1 lower on MES. Yeah, it's just 0 DT. But we're having a hard time crawling back up over the short leg at 30. Mm. I get support a little lower. How much positioning have the bulls left up there? A lot. Quite a lot, actually. Hmm. I don't like this level. Fix 20.4. Yep. $5,800. Volume's picking up a little bit. Fucking gap again. God damn. quite a wall of gamma to climb up, I guess. But if we push the short puts back into the money here, squeezy, little squeezy, up to like 35. Gotta, but the initial leg needs to clear 30. I already fucking sold puts at 25.20. I hope I don't get fucking blown up on them. They're for tomorrow, but just spreads. Nothing too crazy. Yeah. I still have 5,900 sold calls out for Friday. Friday. I don't like that this didn't push up through 30. It makes the chances of filling that gap back at 25 pretty high. Happy birthday, dude. Woo. Respect. What are you going to do for your birthday? Chuck E. Cheese? I'll take him for a panino. You prick. Mm-hmm. He's going to round one. Oh, nice. Where does Upstart go from here? It shouldn't be above 50, let alone at 55. But there's interest out to 60, and I could keep running because of the Vega exposure. Let's go DCAing $60 puts on Upstart, but I guess Jan 50p or something might be better. Maybe. If the Fed doesn't cut in November, Upstart's gonna get crushed probably pretty hard. Most of the like fintech sector will. If you had some vegan pooties, that would be flat at a test of 5,800. Would you get rid of them and reposition at a later date? I was expecting them to be worthless at this point, but VIX 20. Flat at a test of 5,800. I mean, retail sales could be bad. Consumer credit was down, which is concerning. No 58.50 today, I guess. Well, there's an hour and a half, and it's $27, but it's not looking great. Also, charm from the in the money puts is going to be rough here. We do have an upside gap. Yes, we do. Two of them. That's weird. I'm still thinking of pump back to all-time high tomorrow, even after today's price action. I think it's definitely possible. There's a lot of abandoned positioning up there, and today's pullback was more mechanical than anything else, right? It was very much expected. It's slumped a little lower than it normally does, but I don't think that's going to make a huge difference. And the goal tomorrow will still be to crush realized vol, so we'll probably see big condors again tomorrow, but they'll be further out of the money, and spot will be further from the top level, so it'll have a better chance at moving higher. You did say a drop is needed to keep pushing up yesterday. I also said that a drop was likely in last night's write up. But yes, yeah, it was. Is this enough of a drop? Yes. Yes, it is. It's enough of a pullback, and if support is found at 58.25, I would expect that bulls would be able to push up into like the 58.80 range. Hmm. Nikkei's been selling off. Yep, a bit. Dollar's actually down against the yen today, too. VIX is off the charts, partly. I think if we lose 20, we go back to 5,800, though. Don't want to lose 20. That is certain. Hmm. Could SPX close below 58.20? Yeah, that would be quite bad. Then it's much less likely that we recover tomorrow. Or, well, at least we can't recover as much. 58.20 or 5,800 is still the major downside support, though. And so a retest of it is not completely out of the question. Ooh. Hmm. Interesting. No, not yet. A close below 25 is still unlikely. It's just that we're closer to it than we were. Yeah, VIX is getting... Well, we're squeezing out some short puts, right? 35, 25, 20, 15, all short puts. Tons of them. Out until like this Friday. Why is everything acting like a shitcoin? Well, oil was down pretty fucking hard, right? Like a 4% drop in oil, which is a fairly big chunk of the S&P. So S&P is massively underperforming NQ right now. If, like it's found support and it's been holding it for most of the day. S&P keeps losing support levels. Also, Nvidia's down because there was bad news about fucking selling chips to the Middle East. The administration wants to block their sales, and that's how they get their chips into China. So, as long as that corridor remained open, everything was fine, right? But with that corridor closed, it's quite problematic. Or, well, with the potential for that corridor to close. At this point, the Bulls' goal is changing to just to close over 35. I mean, I think short vol wants it above 35, right? Because they want their condor to print. When bot puts take profit, I don't think there's that many bot puts. Generally, this far above GN, you don't see a lot of put buying. There's some at like, what, 45? Not very many. Gross. Ooh, market less constipated. Nice. I was done at 11 a.m. Just checking. It's pretty fair. Is this Vixpiration related? No, this is just like a mechanical sell off from the tested GM. DJT halt, negative 10%. There you go. Wall Street bets fucked again. Nude my avatar. Actually, we're not seeing a lot of sold calls being closed, hence why we keep going down. Not that sold calls really have any good reason to close. Will you play the bear song? No. Why would I play the bear song? We're like fucking $100 above gamma neutral. I'm not playing the bear song. I can't really tell what your avatar is. I've not traded futures before. Is your stop loss tight? Yeah, it is. Well, it was. This isn't. This just keeps dripping lower and fucking lower. Bulls have not managed to get a foothold all day. Charm's gonna get kind of rough here if we don't push up in the first like 30 minutes of power hour. VIX isn't going to the moon, but it is at 2060. It's actually going up really slowly, given how much we've dropped. There is definitely short vol coming in. Trump flipping the bird. Nice. That's the thing. Ooh. Curious. Very tight, trash. Very tight. This power hour better be legendary. All the way up to 75. Not likely. Ooh. But not impossible? Probably is. We'd have to be over 50 in the next like 20 minutes. I don't think that's gonna happen. That's on 2 DTE, 50-55 in the money bull puts. What's the risk on the spread? $340 credit, 160 risk. That's not bad. Two DT. I'm not sure I like the 2 DTE. Hold on. Let me look at something. You were looking at 150, 155, right? That looks like it's... Yeah, I don't hate the one for tomorrow. Like the... And that's 420. That's half the risk for tomorrow's expiration, which I think is substantially better. The chances of profitability are lower, but only like 7%. And net credit on the one for tomorrow is 415. I guess you take the risk that the pullback is greater than 2 days, but so you take less risk than you would, betting that the pullback's longer than that, right? Am I sold 50p for tomorrow safe? I don't know. Kind of hoping I sold 25p for tomorrow are safe. Oh, is this fucking working again? Data? Oh, sweet. Nuke is such a chad. Holy fuck, there's a lot of bot puts at 58.30. A lot of sold puts at 35. Tricky. Are we gonna slip 20? Possible. I'll repeat what I said before. There are a lot of Are they really going to go into SLD on a day like this? I mean, the first day of SLD generally has fairly little effect. But yeah, it would appear that we are, in fact, going to do exactly that. Hmm. No, I don't think pits are gonna. You mean the long pits? I don't think they're not gonna take profit. It's a condor. The sold downside legs underwater right now. They might try to dig it out of this massive hole, but losing 20 is not good. This is a pretty persistent sell-off too. Downside gap is filled. Or is it? Is it filled? Yeah, it is. There's no futures support till like 58.46. Or at least nothing established here. Yeah, and Q finally failed support too. This is fucking ugly. I don't think we can get above 30 at all. We might be able to get to 25 by close, but 30 looks like it's going to be almost impossible to get over. There's so many puts. 2,500 puts. Bot puts on the short leg or the long leg of the spread. And it looks like they rolled that out to tomorrow. And then they've got the zero GTE rolled down for today. I can't believe the market is starting to crash on a Tuesday. Yeah. bigger than expected moves seem to be the norm here. Vol's high, right? Oh, that's 20 gone. This is atrocious. We're at all-time high territory this morning. Yep. This is fucking rough. Support, barely support at 5,800 and 5,815 puts coming in. We're now back to the day before yesterday. I told you guys it would probably break down. I don't think it would break down this much, but I feel like I'm okay with it. Wish I hadn't sold spreads earlier, though. I don't like a retest of 5,800 here. But I guess if it holds 5,800, that's probably okay. Everything is getting just murdered. Oh, interesting. So S&P said we expect the U.S. to maintain its credit strength, but post-election policy outcomes will be key for credit worthiness. Our debt sucks. That means that the ratings agencies expect something to be done about our runaway debt. Otherwise, they're going to be disappoint. Big disappoint. Short TLT again. Maybe after the election. What did Daily say? We must watch markets carefully for signs of balance sheet wind down. Should stop. It is good for the Fed to be gradual with policy when times are uncertain. Keep a large Fed balance sheet. It has costs. I still see room for the Fed to run the balance sheet down further. I would stop U.S. Steel, Nippon Steel sale if not completed. Oh, Trump said a bunch of shit too. He also said build your plant in the U.S. and you won't have any tariffs. Washington believes it's received guarantees that Israel will not target Iran's nuclear or oil sites. These guarantees are not absolutely certain, and circumstances may change. Redefining the word guarantee. Fed's Daily says if forecasts are met, I see one or two more rate cuts this year. But he also sees the long run neutral rate at 3%. Oh, okay. Talk of gradual rate cuts means less than it appears. EU readies US trade targets if the election brings Trump tariffs. Hmm. 5,800 time. We have support at 5,800. I'd say we probably close above it. There's sold puts at 58.15. Bought puts at 20. So somewhere between here and 20, maybe 25. If we get a big vol short, they try to get VIX under 20 before close. Trump said about the Fed, it's the greatest job in government. You show up to the office once a month, say, let's flip a coin, and everyone talks like you're a god. Okay, I mean, nobody likes the Fed, let's be honest. I mean, I don't think you're going to find anybody saying anything nice about the Fed anywhere. But yeah, that's maybe the most accurate thing I've ever heard Trump say. UGI giving no fucks today. Yeah, doing pretty well. Although my exposure to that's probably keeping me away from the nat gas trade. Because I'm always just like, I got enough. Is there a reason for the nat gas pump, or is money just going into energy? Well, was leaving oil all day, and now renewed geopolitical risk seems to be driving it back up. HSI is kind of tanking again. It's also not government, and he's bringing back let's ban violent video games to stop violence. Amazing. Wouldn't bounce. There isn't one. Hmm. This pullback is now open to 5,900 tests tomorrow. I don't think Gamma Max is going to move up that much. Do conditions still favor? Why would tech, specifically, why would tech pump tomorrow? A pullback in support was needed to move the mechanical ability of the SPX to move higher up. But there was nothing specific about a pump in tech tomorrow. Tech could move up tomorrow. So could everything. But finding support so low is not good, and the news coming out today is bad. Almost all of it. With this pullback, what's the possible top? I mean, Gamma Max will move up on the pullback. I don't know what it's going to move to. But losing 58, 20, 25 into end of day does not add a lot of confidence to a move back to Gamma Max tomorrow. Maybe towards the end of day as we move into data. Why, yeah, but why would dollar move up tomorrow? There's nothing, there's no data tomorrow. Whoever sold the Condor got wrecked. They rolled the 0 DTE down and they rolled the broken leg out to tomorrow. $5,800, 57.95. Oh, I'm sorry, 5805. 5805, 5800. And then the 35, like the 35-30 leg got rolled out. That's what they do usually when it breaches. So closing above 58.30 was near impossible. Is this pump going to peter out? Yeah, I count around like 25-ish. 20, 25. It may not even make it that high. But there's still bot puts at 30, and there's still a lot of them. They're not going anywhere. The bulls accept your challenge. Okay. They're getting some vol short, but still well above 20 VIX. Is Discord working for everyone else? Yeah, it looks like it's working. Someone's about to make a bunch of money on 15 minutes at expiry, and it's definitely not me. I forgot I bought these. Oops. Are they? I think this close is kind of range bound. There's not a lot of pressure on it. Might actually be just a chance that this fails. It's rejecting from the retest of the trend. Looks bad. If we lose 58.10, more short puts, it could fall all the way to like 57.90. How much lower do you think Nvidia can go this week? I have no idea. If it loses 30, it's really bad. Holding above that sold call wall is pretty important for Nvidia's continued price improvement. How many contracts is it? It looks like 2,500. But I'm looking at net, so. I'm not entirely sure if that's accurate. Hmm. Gold may be finally breaking up. Yeah, gold's pushing higher today. Back on track toward 2,700. Futures is like kind of trying to find some support at 50, but 50 is not really. Maybe like 52. The 5830 puts 0 GTE longer dated because they rolled them. Is there important data this week? Just retail sales, pretty much. There's a lot of Fed speakers and shit. There's like sporadic geopolitical and domestic political news also. Because we're moving into like the last leg of the election season, so jobs data, fucking, it's not going to be that important though. It's just weekly. It's gonna take some really hot fucking jobless claims to override that massive bump in NFP. The ratings agency shit today is not great. The auctions weren't particularly good. Pressure on the short paper position. S&P. Carry leverage up or down? Down. Yen's rising against the dollar today. Yields at the top end of the curve dropped. This is bad. Gamma is pretty fucking negative. Hmm. Charm's awful here. And the only thing holding this up is like some sold puts, so it's not great. Rip tomorrow if we close above 58.30. We may still rip tomorrow, but this is not good. Definitively bad shit. You getting SLG all on a Tuesday? No, this is just sell off from the high. Ooh. I bought back some of my December puts. That sounds awful. Hmm. Is bird flu contagious? I don't even. I mean, I think a lot of variants of it aren't even spreadable to humans. There's plenty of time to get back above 58.30. There's not a lot, and it doesn't look like it's going to happen. Short vol is getting like very slowly squeezed here. So we could lose 58. We could lose 5,800 today. We lost 10, which already opened up the move to like 57.90. We're just pushing down into short puts right now. I'm not doubting the bulls. I still have sold puts at 25. I'm not closing them. But we're not going to get back to all-time highs tomorrow. Probably. Maybe back to like 50 or something. 50 or 60. We can't get two green candles in a row without gapping. Gamma's really negative here. Like really, really negative. It's very hard to climb out. It's like negative 41 billion. Ooh. Todd is not doing a lot. Are you speaking as being bad? I mean, it's bad for tomorrow. I don't think it's that bad for a long time. It depends on how persistent the news is. There's a few other factors, but mostly that. Yields are coming down hard today, which is bearish, right? Reduces leverage. That's why NQ is getting fucking slammed. I mean, they're pushing now. I mean, Todd's on MIA. They're pushing back against short vol, but it's not. It's not enough. The forward yield on volatility is 8.42 right now, and it's kind of been tickling up all day. And China Biden tariffs, yeah. Middle East tariffs on chip manufacturers. A lot of news. A lot of news, not planned macro news either, just sporadic political shit. Do you think we'll bounce tomorrow? We're still above support. All right, if you want to talk longer time frames, we haven't lost any important levels yet. Also ASML, yeah. Yeah. The ASML data was not great either. Long-term time frames like 24 hours to expiry. No, like trend out on the 15-minute, 1 hour. Like this is bearish, but it's not so bearish that it can't turn around. But even if it does turn around, I'm not sure we get back to we get all the way back to all-time highs after this sell-off. Like this the sell-off is not good. It's a bearish sell-off. We've lost too many important levels of support. I feel like that should be pretty obvious. 35 was like bullish support, 25 was kind of neutral, 5800's, you know, like the bear signal. 5775 is an actual reversal. 5776. 5730 is real bad. No, I'm not saying we're going up. I'm not saying we're doing anything, if you haven't noticed. I've been pretty specifically not saying we're doing anything. A little too specifically. There's 15 minutes for us to close above 25. No, I didn't wink. What's wrong with you guys? A lot. What are your plans with the short puts? They're spreads, so I lose $5 a spread. The credit. So like $2.80 a spread if it stays down here. If it bounces back, and close them and make money. Interesting. Maybe SCX back to 58.20 by end of day. It looks like shit, and Charm's pushing down into close. Hard. If we get above the bot puts at 15, maybe. So far, that's not happening. Because not only do we need to get above the bot puts, we need to hold it, which seems tough. I'm not winking. God damn it. There's no winks. Kirk's wearing a green shirt. Let's go. It's black. It's a black shirt. Protect crypto investments so black men who make them know their money is safe. How do you make crypto safe? What? Who the fuck said that? Kamala? Are black males like a significant chunk of crypto investors? I thought it was all just like neckbeards. Like perpetually on Reddit neckbeards. And girls on OnlyFans. Is Kamala trying to tell us that her husband has bought too much Dogecoin? Does she have a husband? Her husband's a white dude. Oh my god, he looks like Nuke's garlic. You guys are gonna love this. I've never seen him before right now. This is gonna get better. Hold on. Wait, where did it go? Yeah, I have short puts. I needed to kill VIX. Okay. I'm done. I hate both of our presidential candidates. They fucking suck. This country's the worst. Worse than Canada? Canada's not real, so it's not possible. It's crazy how your politicians have fans. Yeah, I know. But look at that. We're closing at 58.12. Well, at least it's not 5,800, I guess. The fucking Condor killed all the V. All the V juice just got murdered. I guess NQ kind of caught a little bounce into close. Man, correlation looks fucking terrible. Not only did we fall under the 2 standard deviation VWAP, we fell back under like the long-term trend too into close here. And what, 30 points in excess of the market maker's expected move? Back to what do you mean wrong screen? I'm not doing the end of day yet. We still got another minute before market close. At least my Upstart puts are going along for the ride. Nice. Oh, did Upstart not like the US ratings downgrade potential? At least the ratings agencies are making empty threats. I mean, that's a big plus, right? The closing candle on Nvidia was crimed? What do you mean? I kind of want to buy the dip on Nvidia here. Like, cut off access to like half their fucking revenues, and they're still holding above the sold call wall. Hmm. Dope. So SPX closed 58.15.31. So right at those sold puts or the bot puts, but not above them. Yeah, couldn't get above the bot puts. We got a brief test of 20. Still a little bit of a bottom after the drop. Let's see if futures can hold that into the overnight. Caught support. We'll go a little higher, 58.49.75. All right. Why does this keep crashing? Hold on. Fucking stupid bullshit. All right. God, Pine Script sucks. So we fell right about to the expected downside move. But not what the MM was pricing in. So puts were cheap this morning. And ended the day up quite a bit. I did expect us to pull back today, but not to continue pulling back after we hit the hit the support at 30. But we did. We did. We lost that level of support and continued to fall, falling into the slightly longer dated short put position between 58.30 and 5800. Now, some of those squeezed out. We got a little bit of a spike in vol. I'm sure some are going to remain in place. We'll have to see if they start selling more vol into that tomorrow or not. If they don't, we are going to lose the 5800 level and fall further, probably back towards 57.75, 57.65. The overnight session might be a good indicator of that. Futures caught a little bit of support at the 58.49.75 test, so like around 58.50, which was the pullback, like longer term pullback target for a breakdown above trend. A loss of this support probably means I don't think either the 58.20 or the 57.86 support are that important to the downside here. So it could mean a retest of like 57.33.50, which is, what is that? That's like SPX. That would be back to like 56.85, 56.90, which would be a big failure. Retest to the bottom of the trend. I mean, that's a fucking hefty move down. That would be like 260, almost 300 basis points from spot. Youch. Dangerous failure here for bulls, because we built up some supportive gamma over the last couple of days, and that's one of the reasons like we were able to drive up so high, right? Because there was actually support on the downside moves. But I think today's failure puts us like right at the cusp of losing that supportive positioning. And if we lose that, there's nothing like to the downside. Bulls have been taking profits pretty regularly all the way up on this run. So yeah, it might not turn out so well. Commodities down today. Big hit to China industrial metals. No change in their 1-year lending facility last night, which people expected them to do. And so that's a problem, right? Because already the narrative that they put forward about propping up their economy is failing, as they don't provide fiscal stimulus into their deflationary market, right? And so without stimulus, the deflationary spiral is going to continue. Also, some of the other data out of China wasn't particularly good either. We have some more later this week, I believe. The PBOC, or wait, no, the PBOC 1-year announcement was moved to tonight. We have GDP, industrial production, retail sales out of China Thursday night. Also unemployment, which is going to be a big deal. If it looks like they are not on track in any way to hit 5% GDP for end of 2024, anything that came alongside the rally in Chinese equities is going to get hammered. So some of the gains in industrial metals, some of the gains in oil, that's something to watch out for. Although there's still a lot of pressure on oil from like geopolitical stuff with Iran. Mostly industrial metals, but also like shipping, manufacturing. I know their balance of trade came in pretty weak, which kind of hammered them yesterday a little bit. But watch out for that because the yuan gained a lot of ground on the dollar, um, with all the economic announcements that China made. If that slips, the dollar is going to move up pretty hard. So, and that kind of reopens the yuan carry that was collapsing, um, and probably provides some leverage. Not as much as the yen carry, but it does have some effect. So something to look out for Thursday with that data. But right now, I mean, dollar up quite a bit against the yuan. Yuan at 7.13. I think the low is like 706 recently, so it's moving up quite a bit. And that is pushing the dollar higher. Um, Even though rates at the top end of the curve pulled back really hard today. Neither auction was particularly good. And we're seeing those kind of pull back a little. They'll probably find higher support. But dollars continuing up regardless. Correlation on the 1 and 3 month kind of moved back together and is starting to break down a bit. I know Apple tested GM today. I think Nvidia was just about to test GM. So a lot of the tech stocks were kind of not going to move much higher. And we're seeing some of the long vol there pull back as we see, long index vol move up, both on the 3 and 1 month window. This also meant, a fall off in the carry trade. Leverage dropped back below yesterday's high of about 7.6 to about 7.4. And the forward yield of volatility picked up a little bit today, but into close a little lower. Still above the Fed fund and the overnight rate at 6.79%. Move probably going to spike up a little bit more with the drop in yields today. Skew falling. That's sometimes a kind of a bearish signal. And actually didn't regain a lot of ground from the all-time high on the 20th. Um, if that continues to break down, that may mean a bearish continuation from where we're at. 70.31% of the S&P above its 20-day moving average, and we are starting to see correlation between VIX, cash VIX drop again. And that falling correlation usually means rising VIX, right? So we'll see if that continues to keep on trend. If it does, we could see VIX back to 20, maybe higher. Fed fund futures still about the same as last night. No real changes there. But the spread between the 2 and the 10-year dropped significantly. So on inversion, quite a lot of on inversion today. Looks like mostly after this morning's data too, like right after market open. And that might also be like the announcement that the Fed funds rate, another Fed president saying the neutral long-term rate at 3%. So that's kind of interesting. On the technical side of things, a failure of the top of this trend, which looks better on the daily, I think. Yeah, significantly better on the daily. So we broke out and failed. So kind of like a fake out breakout. Those are not usually good. If this fails to regain the breakout tomorrow and continues to fall into the bottom of the trend, we kind of go back to what we were looking at before with that diamond top, right? And if that drops down, you know, I did mention the other day or yesterday, I think it was, that sometimes these have like false breakouts, and it's something to keep an eye on. Wait, is that right? It's there. Okay, there we go. So, yeah, watch that. A loss of the EMA 30 would be a strong bear signal. Loss of the 50 MA, even stronger. Although, really not the 50 MA, more like 55.70, which is just below it. Anyway, that's it. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. I will see you tomorrow, hopefully on time. I don't think I have anything to do tomorrow morning, and I'm out of oil, so finally. No problem. Later, guys.